tote bag, you can find a schedule for all of day one and day two. I just thought I'd let you know that so you can check it out. Good morning. I think we're ready to get started. Welcome to Peace Forward. We're very excited to make it to this moment. Woo! Good clap. Before we get started with this morning's sessions, I would like to introduce Michelle Rizzleberg, Director of the Patchogue Theater of the Performing Arts and a longtime leader in Long Island's performing arts community. Michelle brings more than 2 decades of experience in live entertainment, having worked with some of Long Island's most recognized venues and programmed thousands of performances throughout her career. Since joining the Patchogue Theater in 2020, she has continued to build on the theater's legacy while creating new opportunities for artists, audiences, that came out very audiences, and our community. Patchogue's success has always been built on collaboration and partnership, and the Patchogue Arts Council has been fortunate to collaborate with the Patchogue Theater for more than 17 years. We truly value the relationship between our arts organizations, and just as importantly, we always have a great time working together. We are incredibly grateful to Michelle and her entire staff for welcoming us today and for helping us to make not only Peace Forward possible, but many other programs and events over the years. Please join me in welcoming our wonderful host, Michelle Rizzleberg.
Hi, everybody. Good morning, and thank you, Beth. We are so thrilled to have all of you here today for the Peace Forward education series. Like Beth said, partnerships like this really are important. Patchogue Village, we can't do what we do without the support of one another, but I'm going to be very brief. If you have not been here before, welcome to the Patchogue Theater for the Performing Arts. This building is 103 years old. So it is really special. It's really important for the community. And I hope that all of you, after you do attend these conferences these next 2 days, do come back and join us for some performances. Starting on September 8th, we have Margot Price coming here, but you'll check our calendar and you'll see that there are all kinds of events for all types of arts lovers. We have music, comedy, dance, all things that you are going to enjoy. So enjoy yourselves the next 2 days. Make sure you go out into the community as well and see what Patchogue Village has to offer. There are great coffee shops, there's great restaurants, and there's great shops. So we hope to see you in the future after this week. Thank you.
Definitely come back for a show. And now, I forgot to introduce myself before, but I'm Beth Giacomo, Executive Director of the Patchogue Arts Council and Project Director of Peace Project. And we welcome you all to the official start of Peace Forward. Well, it's difficult to put into words what it means to arrive at this moment today. When Peace Project began, we had an ambitious idea to bring educators, teaching artists, cultural organizations, and communities together and ask what might be possible if we truly place the arts at the center of learning, not as an addition to education, but as an essential way for young people to understand themselves, one another, and the world around them. Over the past several years, the idea has grown into something much larger than a program. It's become a community.
vision is to make more equitable and impactful use of the arts for students. Across 4 cohorts, Peace formed 52 partnerships, engaged 69 cohort members, reached 18 school districts, and built a network that includes 40 cultural organizations. Those numbers are significant, but they only tell part of the story. The true impact of Peace lives in the moments that are much harder to measure. When a student finds confidence to share something they've never said aloud. When an educator sees a student differently because of what that student has created. When an artist discovers a new way to use their practice to open a door for someone else. Or when a classroom becomes a place where a young person feels not only welcomed, but truly seen and heard. That has always been at the heart of Peace. One school administrator reflected that Peace gave students who were newly integrated into the country a voice and gave their educators a window to those students that were feeling what they were feeling and experiencing. A participating student shared that the experience helped with creativity beyond the school in navigating difficult situations. Those are the moments that remind us of what this work matters. And the data affirms what we have witnessed firsthand. Across all 4 cohorts, educators demonstrated growth and in every measured area. Knowledge of the instructional frameworks increased on an average of 31%. Participants' ability to incorporate those frameworks increased 18%, and the frequency which they put themselves into practice, 25%. Culturally responsive and sustaining practice, an area which participants began with less familiarity, showed the greatest 4-year growth of knowledge at 44%. And perhaps the most powerful, participants rated the program 97% effective across all 4 years, with year 4 reaching 100% in overall effectiveness.
Great piece.
No, that's good. For the Patchogue Arts Council, there is another part of the story that feels especially important to acknowledge. PAC is a relatively small arts organization, and when we began this journey, we knew the scale of the work before us was very significant. What we could not yet know was just how much the process would transform us all as well. Facilitating a project of this scope alongside BOCES was possible only because of the extraordinary participation, expertise, trust, and willingness to learn that every new partnership brought to the table. Each educator, teaching artist, cultural partner, administrator, researcher, and member of the Peace leadership team added something we could not have created on our own. And with every new partnership, the work changed, and we changed too. Peace has taken the Patchogue Arts Council in directions we never could have anticipated. Directions we never could have known we needed to go. Directions we never knew we needed to go. There it is. We have learned alongside all of you, and we have been challenged to think differently, listen more closely, ask better questions, broaden our understanding of what arts education can accomplish, and recognize possibilities that were not visible to us in the beginning. The continual exchange of knowledge may be one of the greatest gifts of this project. As an organization, our board and staff are deeply honored to have stood side by side with the Peace leadership team and every person who has helped shape this work. Peace was never built by one organization, one educator, one artist, or one idea. It was built collectively, with each person bringing their own experience, perspective, and in doing so, making the work stronger. That is something worth carrying forward. Because Peace has shown us that when we invest in educators, trust artists as meaningful partners in learning, and give young people opportunities to create, question, collaborate, communicate, and tell their own stories, extraordinary things can happen. It has also taught us that partnership is not simply how Peace was delivered. Partnership is what made Peace possible. And so, although this conference marks a culmination, we do not see PeaceForward as ending. We see it exactly as that, a way forward. From the beginning, this work was intended to reach beyond the life of a grant. More than 150 accessible art-based instructional resources have been developed far exceeding the project's original target, with the goal of continuing to share these practices with educators and communities beyond the original Peace cohorts. What began here can travel and can be shared. is in your tote. So please make sure you go in your tote. Oh, yes. We skipped a few, so we're going to go forward. We're going to go back to those. No, it's there. We changed the order a little, adapted as we do. So one of the most exciting things is in your tote. I hope you can pull it out. And it's our first edition of our graphic novel called Peace Rising. On behalf of the Peace team, over the moon to announce its official arrival today. You guys have the first copies in the first edition. Peace Rising brings the story of the Peace Project to life through comics and narrative, tracing how teachers, teaching artists, students, and communities grow together when creativity is placed at the center of learning. True to the spirit of the project itself, the book is designed as a learning tool, an accessible, engaging resource that captures the process, the practice, and the possibilities of peace. Peace Rising is illustrated by Michael Mastermaker, an educator, illustrator, and technologist with over 20 years of experience spanning software design, web development, and supplemental education. And our author is our very own Dr. Laura Reeder, who serves as Peace Curriculum Director for the Peace Project, bringing deep expertise in arts-integrated education and culturally responsive pedagogy. And with that, I'd like to bring on Christine Baum, our Peace Project Manager.
Good morning, everyone. So happy to be here. I'm going to be introducing our education team today. So Beth Giacomo, thank you, is the director of the Peace Project and executive director of the Patchogue Arts Council, bringing an extraordinary breadth of experience as an artist, curator, educator, and arts leader. Through her leadership, she has championed collaboration and access to the arts, building partnerships and programs that connect artists, educators, students, and communities both locally and nationally. Dr. Laura Reeder is the curriculum director of the Peace Project, where she leads curriculum design, professional development, implementation, and assessment while keeping the needs of diverse learners in the center of all our work. A veteran teaching artist and nationally recognized leader in the arts education policy and arts integration, Laura brings deep experience connecting artists, educators, and communities to create meaningful learning experiences. Loretta Corbisiero Dracos is the program administrator for the Arts and Education program at Eastern Suffolk BOCES, where she ensures that our educators earn continuing teacher leader education, or CTLE hours, and that our professional development addresses the New York State learning standards for the arts. She works closely with teachers, cultural partners, and project leadership to strengthen arts education for Suffolk County schools. With her deep commitment to arts integration, Loretta brings both a wealth of experience and a strong belief in the power of collaboration to transform student learning. Beautiful, okay. All good, I got it, thank you. April Francis Taylor is the equity specialist for the Peace Project, helping ensure that equity, inclusion, and culturally responsive practices are woven throughout our work. With more than 17 years of experience as an educator and educational leader, April brings deep experience in equitable systems, civic readiness, and culturally responsive education, along with a strong commitment to creating more inclusive learning environments. And Michelle Lopez, Art Therapy and SEL, is one of our keynote speakers for tomorrow. She is the Peace Project's Art Therapy Specialist Consultant, supporting social emotional learning and helping us explore how the arts can create more accessible and meaningful learning experiences. With more than 15 years of experience in museum education, art therapy, Michelle brings a wealth of expertise in connecting people across cultures and creating opportunities for everyone to engage in the arts. And here we are. This is our operations team. So if anyone here team, you can stand up as I say your name. Linda Beckerman, Assistant Director. Yay! I'm Christine Baum, the Project Manager. Thank you. Isabella Fernanda, Project Assistant Translator. Star Fuentes, Peace Journalist. Dr. Suzanne Harnett, Research Analyst. Gabby Manfredi, Social Digital Media Manager. Mike Mastermaker, Web and Materials Design Consultant. Benny Migliano, our documentarian. Ed Schmieder, PAC Board of Directors, Trustee and Peace Mentor and Advisor. Meg Sexton, Development Assistant and Content Editor. And Kim Wild, Website Developer. Brilliant. Okay, so I just want to do a couple of housekeeping. There is a restroom located out of the theater to the right, so take a break whenever you need. Within your tote, there is a schedule, and it outlines what we have coming up. So we'll be going through session 1, our keynote, and lunch at around 1:25. You know, lunch and book signing ends at 1:20. 1:25, we'll be meeting in the lobby, and that's where we'll go and divide up into our breakout sessions for session 2, which is from 1:30 to 2:30 p.m. Thank you so much. Okay, here we go for session 1. Our presenters are Loretta Corbisiero Dracos and Laura Reeder. Thank you.
So, hi everyone. Laura Reeder, Loretta, Loretta. I realize that for folks in the audience, some of you might not know what we're talking about. What is peace? And it is our job to help you to understand that deeply. So, we're going to pose a question for you right now. The folks that do know peace know that whenever I get a microphone, I make you do the work. So your job is to take a moment and think about a partnership in your work that needs or could grow, needs growth or could grow. And you're not sure why, or you are sure why, but what is it that would help whatever kinds of partnerships you have in your life to grow? Is it that you need permissions? Is it that you need more folks to understand something? Is it that you need a partner to speak a different language or a language, a new language? What are the things in your life that you consider to be sort of important partnerships? And professionally, the partnerships that we're promoting and care deeply about are artists getting together with educators around the needs of students and the schools that take care of them. So you're going to think about a partnership in your world right now. And then in about a minute, I'm going to ask you to turn and talk about that partnership with someone else. And then they're going to share theirs. And then we'll talk. And then Loretta and I will share some of our partnerships learnings with you as well. Is that right?
So some of the partnerships we've used in Peace through our critical community of practice, we expanded our network with shared knowledge. So as you could see, our educators met with administrators library media specialists, local businesses, evaluators. This is kind of our peace ecosystem net. So if you think world, where do you see yourself partnering with someone or inviting somebody else in that you haven't worked with before? So as you look at this, think about, can you go to a performing arts center? Does it fit in your work, right? Think about that.
I'm just going to appreciate a moment of silence and let you think. All right. I was just saying I like making people feel awkward with silence. What? We're just going to sit here? Thinking is hard work. All right. Turn to somebody else and start chatting it up. Tell them about your partnership. Um, I'm also a fan of timed space, so it's 10, almost 10:40. So 2 minutes for you, 2 minutes for the other person, and figure it out in between. So I'll see you in 5 minutes. Could we turn up the house lights a dot? Is that possible? Just a teensy bit so people. Oh, perfect. Thank you. Perfect. going to call on you to share your ideas. All right. Come on over here, Loretta, so we can see people. So, since we're sitting in our seats for a couple of hours this morning, I encourage you to feel comfortable moving around. What were you thinking about when you were thinking about a partnership? And tell us what came up in your conversations. We'll hear from a couple of folks. Some examples. Hi there. That's excellent. It's exciting because you're thinking about the beyond, the forward, right? So, and yet in our existing community, how do we step beyond what is already comfortable or done already? Okay, someone else. So if I'm here, I'm going to repeat it so that other folks can hear. A high school student, a student, a learner have parameters. So trying to figure out what the extension is, or what's beyond their parameters. Can you tell us a little bit more? Right. And you're an artist. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Right. And so I hear the educator having something to say as well. So just standing right here, the model of a partnership. So an artist and an educator, the impossible between what's the best for our students and then what's the best for the grown-ups around them. Both of your perspectives and the perspectives of the parents really matter to you. And so, yeah, so how do you find a partnership that can sort of say, impossible? I think not. And find ways to grow it. So this is going to be your challenge for today and tomorrow, if you're here tomorrow. is to imagine, yeah, how do we move beyond that? What's the forward? What's the beyond? So exciting. Thank you for sharing that. Someone else. Sure. Hi. Hi, Shannon from Half Hollow Hills, Family and Consumer Sciences. So, how to help our students to understand textiles, right? And so, textiles in the arts is a term. It's a whole discipline. And how do you bring that into home, right? Sort of not say the family and I know it changes every few generations. Family and consumer sciences. So again, how do you do that? What do you imagine as sort of the way forward for doing that? And what would really excite your students, right? Like so they see not just the classroom, but beyond the classroom with this stuff. Fabulous. There's you will have possibilities when you get to the end of today. So many. Okay, let's hear from one more person, and then let's move forward because that's what we're doing. Hi.
I'm gonna come down to you, and I'll get another mic.
Hi, my name's Ashley. I'm from SEED, the Center for Environmental Education and Discovery. Audrey and I were just discussing sort of assessing community needs. You might have a want of what you as an individual are interested in achieving, but it's really about assessing what your network can achieve and what goal markers you as a collective want to reach. So it's a little up there in terms of figuring that out, but I think it's something good to keep in mind.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, and we know our students visit SEED quite often, right?
It's that messy place between where peace lies, where peace stands, where peace stretches. That messy, funny place where, like, well, we're never going to partner because you do this and I do this. I know that there are teaching artists in this room and a couple of educators who have been in that position, and then they've been sort of thrust into partnership development, which is what peace is sort of based on, is this discomfort. But when you look at your students together, like I look at them this way and I look at them this way, and then you listen to your students sincerely, what happens is the forward stuff. So let's move on. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, we could have both. It's fine.
Oh, okay.
How do we do peace?
This is you.
Oh,
No?
this is you. Yeah,
Oh, all
you
right.
either one.
So the first slide that you just saw was this big starry network, and that's what we call our critical community of practice. It was it's a term that I sort of developed actually in my dissertation research. This idea that professionals are often forced to be part of a community of practice. You're going to do a community of practice, and that's going to give you professional development, and you're going to be then somehow in love with all of your colleagues, and you're going to all have to work together, and you'll be silent, and it'll be good. And that just doesn't work when it's this top-down idea.
And it's usually, here's what you're going to do, and here's how much time you have to do it, and we'll allot how many weeks for you to do it, and step by step. And the critical community practice does not work that way.
Nope. How many people know what we're talking about personally? You got this, right? Ugh. So we knew that as an organization, peace, again, as a community, was a bunch of, it was BOCES, it was a nonprofit arts organization, it was some individual teachers and schools here and there. We knew that a lot of folks wanted to work together, and they were a community of some kind of practice, but we didn't know exactly what the it was going to be. We just gave it a few words, partners, education, art. We were like, let's see what happens. So the critical is what really does happen and has happened for generations. When people do come together and say, we intend to work together, intentionally is the word. And in this practice, we're going to have to be pretty critical. We're going to have to
So in many cases, our teaching artists, maybe you have a program that you would do, or our educators in the classroom, here's the unit of study that I do at this time of year. So bringing them together with we start off with our Summer Institute, right, where Laura makes magic happen, or facilitates magic. Go ahead, Laura.
I just make people uncomfortable. So
Yeah, that's what she does.
we basically throw a bunch of folks together at the end of a school year. Again, artists, teachers, administrators, community members, nonprofit leaders, and we throw them together around 2 days of shared thinking and sharing where we're coming from and ways that we could potentially partner during the year. What you're doing here is not exactly going to be that, but it's a mini sort of understanding of that. And then we, over the course of a year, say we will come together as a community of practice once a month. So that gives the name to the community of practice thing, the monthly get together. But the critical part is what comes in, so that during that monthly, we bring some things to the table ourselves, we share a few things in common, and slowly, surely, that monthly gathering grows out of stuff that folks are doing in the classrooms together, artists, educators, students.
We also introduce the learning standard so that our participants understand the different learning standards, whether it's culturally responsive and sustaining education, social emotional learning, the New York State standards for the arts. With many of our educators were not arts teachers. They were classroom teachers, library media specialists, English as a new language professionals. So they were not familiar with the art standards or how the art standards could help facilitate what they needed for their students.
And then ultimately, peace outs. So I don't know if we have some hosts here from some of our peace outs. Well,
Seed
Yep.
definitely was one.
And obviously we're in the theater. So I mean,
Right.
so the peace outs, do you want to explain how the peace outs
Sure,
work?
the peace outs were monthly impromptu gatherings at different cultural arts organizations or different cultural organizations throughout Long Island. So that this way our educators and our teaching artists maybe went to somewhere they didn't know about. And they would get together in an informal setting, whether it was here at the Jazz Loft or whether we had gone to the Cornell Cooperative at Cedar Beach, and just magic happened because people would engage in another non-structured way, but they would start to come up with these ideas of how they could make something work in the classroom. One partnership that we will feature was born at Seed. Another one, like I said, at Cedar Beach, we had the marine biologist talking about jellyfish, and the dance artists asked if anybody had taught the movement of jellyfish through dance. And the special ed teacher that was sitting next to her said, "That's brilliant. I would love to bring this to my classroom." So that's how ideas developed as well. Next slide. Okay. Okay. So when we send out our surveys at the end of the year, we always ask for feedback. And this is just a small sampling of, and they all stand out. As you could see, some of these are directly from the students, some are from the educators, and some are from the teaching artists and cultural partners. And what gets to us, what really brings it to us, I will highlight this one. It is nice to see that other people care for students in my school, and that this project has brought us together to discuss our futures with each other. And that's right from a student.
I love the other student statement as well.
I know.
So this project has allowed me to see that if I commit myself, I can achieve anything. I was able to change my perspective on life. And if peace proposes that a little tiny partnership between a teacher and a community artist or cultural partner, and a few activities that they do with their students around a very simple curriculum idea over the course of a few weeks or months, if we believe that that's going to change someone's life, we may be fooling ourselves. But when you hear a student say that it sort of has, and then you hear a whole year full of students saying that it sort of has, and then 4 and 5 years of students saying that it has, it's really hopeful. and it makes us believe in the beyond. You're going to meet one of the beyond students sometime, today. But this kind of work is surprising because it's hard to imagine that that little sort of weird way of creating learning together could change something, but it does.
Okay. So, which one are we? This is my story first. So, we're going to walk you through a few projects that started with our community practice, started in our summer institute, maybe started at a Peace Out, and were intended for a specific group of students, but then how these projects expanded, how they went beyond in PeaceForward, right? How they projected forward into something else. So the first one we will take a look at is This Is My Story. It was a project in Hampton Bays. And Laura, if you want to start on this one, or you want me to?
So I'll just
scroll.
tell the basics. So an ENL teacher at Hampton Bays High School has students who, and she's a new teacher. She was only, I think, in her second or third year of teaching.
I think it was either her first or second
so
year.
she's
maybe second
new
year.
teacher. She's got students who are, again, for whom I think 99% of them are Spanish language speakers, who, when she started to work with them, and she has a social worker in her classroom, because her students were the students who are coming here from so many difficult journeys. And she was a little overwhelmed by starting to realize the journeys that she was hearing about, and the privilege of hearing about those journeys, but also the responsibility of those journeys. And then the students were starting to let her know that those journeys are often how people stereotype them. And she realized that the journeys needed to be known more holistically by other students in the school, from these students, but safely, so that the students didn't reveal something that would put them in danger, or their families, which we know is true every day and has been true for many years for these students, and help them to be their very best selves without forcing them to become Americanized in such a way that they aren't truly speaking and telling an honest story that is something that they want someone to know.
And then
So in doing so,
this was led by, as you could see, when we worked together to build these units of study, it's the teacher and the individual artist working together. What do we want from our students, and how will we get there? So it's led by these guiding questions. The teacher read the book, Brave Journeys, Pasos Valientes. How do you connect with excerpts from the book? How do you connect with your peers in their journeys? And how did it feel saying goodbye during your journey and upon your arrival into the United States? And how can you express words or excerpts from your story with abstract and realistic art? So the artists came in and, the students wrote their stories in the language they were comfortable in. They drew illustrations of their journey. And then the artist, Andrea Coate, came in and she worked with the students on this collaborative map, which we probably have an image of here. And this map right here, on the right side, the students were together working on this map. And some of them didn't know where their country of origin was on a map. Others, as they drew this map together, realized they came through the same areas. They were at the same points in their journey. And what the teachers started to find out, and the administrators and social workers, is some of these children were trafficked. Some had their passport taken away. Some were extorted, their families here, for money. And they realized the trauma that these students were going through. So they enacted, and it was for the first time they were able to identify trauma and see the trauma, because they were going beyond teaching what they had to teach in the curriculum. And as a result of that, the administration then got the students the supports that they needed while they needed it. And it didn't end there.
no, it didn't. So the administration, the students were so proud that they wanted to share their stories to an audience of their families and community. But there was a great danger and risk of them sharing a lot of personal information. And so the teacher, again, worked with the artist and administrators to be very, very careful about finding a way to have students sort of reading safely some of their stories in their home languages at a celebratory night. But at the same time, so that was a big wild adventure. It was
The community
amazing.
came together. They had an art show. They created QR codes and it's still up on their website, where you could go to the QR code.
Yeah.
You could see the image they drew. You could read the story that they wrote about their journey. And they celebrated who they were. The community came. The families came. The students from the culinary program made food for this event that was indigenous to where they were from and their favorite foods. Then after all that, if you think that was enough, the students felt so empowered. One of the educators, and I don't want to misquote it, but you'll see it all over, said that for students who were told they had to hide in the darkness, they could finally come out into the light. And that's how the year ended, kind of, because the students then said that they wanted to. I'm going to go, so here we have images. Let me go back to, where is it? Oh, where do we go? Oh, help. This wasn't supposed to happen. There it is. Okay. So then the students from that year felt so cared about, seen, heard. They wanted to create a documentary welcoming the students that came in to let them know it was going to be okay. And from that came Out of the Darkness in year 2. Go ahead.
Yeah. So the students who had done this project one year decided they needed more time to do this, and they created words of wisdom for students who are coming into the school in their own words. So, go ahead.
The documentary will be shared tomorrow.
But I just wanted to show the words of wisdom at the bottom. No.
Here we go. Yes, all right.
So,
sorry.
So some of the words of wisdom started with their stories. So as you can see, they said, "This is my story." Go ahead, keep scrolling down.
Here we go.
So they said, first of all, my journey was hard. Sometimes it's not easy. Scroll on down. These are our journeys. Wherever you go, you'll find immigrants
Sorry.
there. No, you got it.
Which
Being
one?
Here myself.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
I am part of that immigration story. We contribute a lot by doing our part to be able to serve, work, and enjoy life. Go to the next one, please. Yeah. I am a decent person. The student needed people to know that. I was born in Guatemala, and I am 19 years old. I am now a young entrepreneur. I have a landscaping company that I started last year. I want to have several companies to be able to support the local community. And as you can see, this is somebody who's aspiring to hire people who need a job the most, because 4 years ago I was in their shoes. And I want to give them support because it is something I never had. I will need your help because one alone cannot do anything. We all need each other to be successful. And you see that these students, in sharing their stories, wanted folks to know that they are not someone who's here to take up space or jobs or create problems for anyone else. They want to grow things. They want to work together. And if you see that their faces are hidden behind their images, they're protecting themselves, but their voices are large.
Heard.
You'll learn more about this tomorrow.
And then we think it ends, right? No, it does not. If you could see right here, due to the hard work of our students, our faculty and administration, this project has been shared at the New York State School Board Association Conference in Buffalo, New York, the DEI Consortium in Long Island, the Long Island Teacher Institute in Melville, and a presentation for the Department of Education in Washington, D.C. They were also a college board in Austin, Texas, and it didn't end there. It continues. I myself have been invited to speak at the World Conference for the Future of Education in Vienna, Austria this fall. So this is where we know PeaceForward. It happens. It's a movement. It's an ecosystem. It's whatever we want to say.
Go to
Okay,
another
so
one.
the next one,
So that's
let's
what
see.
forward and beyond could look like. And this is a beginning teacher who had no idea. She was just like doing her job. Her job was hard, and suddenly the world. It's again busy,
She's still doing it.
but it's touching so many other people in this modest and honest way.
And it brought the community together. It brought the education together. The district superintendent or the assistant superintendent, who you'll see tomorrow, he will never go without this in the school again. It's become part of the school culture, is to have this type of work being done. So the next one we want to talk about a little bit is entirely different. It was actually started at Seed, thank you. So during one of our peace outs, the teacher, Lisa Mongiello, is over at Eastern Suffolk BOCES. She's an animal science teacher, and Constance Sloggart-Wolf. So what happened was we met at Peace. We met at a Peace Out over at Seed, and the teacher, Lisa, was very intrigued by a print that she had seen, and that print was by Dennis Puleston. If any of you know the history of Dennis Puleston, he was a scientist at the Brookhaven Lab, and he noticed that osprey, this is back in the 1970s, were becoming less and less, and he couldn't figure out why. And Rachel Carlson wrote her famous environmental book. He started questioning that. He looked at the shells of the osprey and realized that they were too thin for the osprey to hatch. So he started painting watercolors. Well, those watercolors were used to go to a judge in Suffolk County and get a ban on DDT, the chemical that was used in treating, I don't know if it was bugs or plants or it's everything. It was just horrible. So Lisa was so moved by the thought that an artist could help in that activism and that advocacy for the environment and for animals. So she brought the printmaker Constance in. They worked together to create something for their students, showing the students how they could advocate for their environment and for animals through art, which is exactly what they did. But it didn't end there, because that's what happens with these peace projects. They don't end there. They went all throughout the community learning about plant life and animals native to Long Island. They then created prints that they could cling to the windows of their schools so that the birds would stop flying into the windows. And they became advocates for the animals there. They then, during their hikes, one of them was Seed, I know, and one was Quag. They learned through their teacher that you could eat things like lavender or dandelion, so they came back and worked with the culinary students and made ice cream with lavender and dandelion. So there they are with their ice cream treats. So again, these type of projects, and we just highlighted 2 educators that were not arts educators. They were animal science, working with an artist, and an ENL teacher. So I think, Laura, I'm not sure what time, if we have time for another. Do we? Oh, we're not 11:15? Oh. Oh, okay, we do, all right. I think we're good. I was just checking time.
So the next partnership is just a very simple one, and we'll spend a little bit less time on it. But it's what happens then when the creative folks get together. So this one is
Laura?
an art
What did we decide on?
teacher, art is activism.
Oh, okay, This one.
Artivist, yep.
okay.
So a dancer and performing artist and a visual arts teacher get together. So this is what happens when you get 2 types of creatives together, and that, could be difficult in its own way. Go to the images. So highly enthusiastic. Let's just show the 2 educators for a moment. So highly enthusiastic, 2 human beings who are both powerhouse sort of folks who believe firmly in what they do. And we got them together, and again, the partnership that happened there was one artist, the visual artist, saying, well, I have a project, and it's this national project, and I got to get my students to do this kind of art to take to this national project. It's about helping young people around the world to sort of understand each other better across borders and boundaries. And then the other artist comes in and she says, well, I'm a performing artist and I'm really good at this and we're going to figure this out. And I'm working on, right, equity and inclusion in my practices. And the two of them got together and neither of them said, mine, mine. They said, what if? And the possibilities that grew out of this, again, influenced the research of the performing artist, because she is also working on her graduate studies, and influenced her into sort of researching things on a much greater scale than doing a dance or making a poem. And then the other artist, the visual arts teacher, did indeed bring the products of what the students were working on with them together to another sort of activist forum in California where artists and educators do get together to share ways that they help to change the world through art. And they did it by having the students come up with the core idea about what is it like to change the world through art. Is that real? Is that possible? And so they asked the students. They didn't say, I am smart in this and I am smart in this. They said, we got it. Now let's turn to our students. And so they created some very humble works with the students that actually helped the students to see that beyond making art, they could in fact consider sort of world change. And then when they saw that their works did go out to California and beyond, the students again felt the superpower. So I just think it's really important to notice that there are so many ways that the forward, the beyond is happening. And that's how peace works. Okay.
And I think, we're going to give homework. Aren't you giving homework right now?
Always. So your responsibility now is to take everything that you're about to learn in our day, and at the end of the day, we'll ask you again, what are some ways that you could imagine growing your partnerships forward? What are you finding here in your conversations with each other from the presentations and workshops that you're participating in? What are you finding that will help you to imagine bringing your partnerships forward? So we expect to hear from you at the end of the day. And are there questions?
No, we still have time. I thought we were 11:20, but
We are.
no, we're not.
Okay.
We have more time.
So are there any questions about what is peace to know?
Oh, we could do that. Yeah, any questions on anything we talked about or?
Here, I'll be the
Okay.
microphone person.
Yes. Huh? Oh, we did. All right. Okay.
My name is Patricia Shee, and I'm a creative artist. Hi, Loretta.
Hi.
And I've been doing arts and education for 40 years. And basically, at the beginning of it, arts and education really was maybe 50 years old. And Sandy Chapin, Harry Chapin's widow, was at the ground floor there, along with Lynette Bianchi and a whole bunch of others. Well, and I was a professional musician and a visual artist, and I knew nothing about arts and education. But I met Janice Buckner, who's a very good friend of mine, and she had been in arts and education a little bit longer, and she held my hand and talked me through it. And one thing that these two lovely women were talking about, Heather Forrest was another one, a world-renowned storyteller. The words that they used were scope and sequence, right? And I don't hear that anymore. It apparently has changed. So they told me, if you want to work in the schools and you want to be an arts educator, you've got to find out what they're studying and when they are studying it. So Sandy Chapin found out that third grade was studying China. Well, so she asked me to, and she had a journey program, and she asked me to do a whole curriculum-based program on China, which has been going on for 40 years or something like that.
And it's every year very successful program. Thank you.
Yes, yes. And the more that I talk to educators, well, what do you need? Because what I think what a lot of artists the mistake that they make is, okay, I'm an artist, I do this. How can I reach your audience? Well, that's the wrong way. It should be the other way around. Like anybody who knows marketing says, you go to where they are. You go and see what their needs are. So I went and I talked to a lot of in your curriculum. When is it? what are you teaching? Teach me. And I went from one show to 18 shows because they said, well, we need a show about bullying. We need a show about diversity. We need a show about the environment. So I spread it all out, my one show, because I had maybe 40 or 50 or 100 songs, and I could pick and choose what songs would fit into that theme. And so with these 18 shows, which I have posted on BOCES, I got a ton of work, and I went to full-time working in the schools. And I met their needs. They told me scope and sequence, what and when. And that was a game changer.
Thank you, Patricia. And with Peace, we do, I wouldn't say scope and sequence necessarily, and that is definitely a lot of our artists we bring in, but you're absolutely right. Learn what the educators are doing with the students at this point in time. That's their curriculum. That's their learning standards. But then we could even go deeper and find out that particular group of students. What is happening with that group of students? Because every year in our classrooms, there's a different dynamic in the classroom. So what works one year might not work in another year, or maybe a teacher just wants to try something different. Like you said, I'm noticing students there's a bullying issue. Patricia, can you do anything to help with that? And that's where the dialogue happens. So I appreciate all of that you do. Our schools appreciate that. And that's where these projects start. And it's not just the school and the teaching artist, it's also the community. Our museums, our environmental centers, these are all places where learning happens each and every day. And unfortunately, many of our students don't have the chance to see that, or that the teachers might not see where it could fit in. And when they work with a teaching artist or when they work with a museum or environmental center, they then do see how it could fit into their classroom.
And I just want to say one more thing, because arts and education also works in libraries and museums, not just the schools.
Right.
So a really good practice is to find out what the summer reading club theme is in libraries. And every year I'd make a new program for them, because maybe it's dinosaurs, or maybe it's the environment or the outer space. So if you can be flexible and knowledgeable and enough repertoire in your own art to fit into what they need, you will work a whole lot more.
Thank you so much. Other questions and ideas, inspirations?
Okay, I think we have time for a quick stretch and break.
Excellent.
Before we introduce our keynote speaker.
Very good.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's just a very quick 5-minute stretch break.
Okay.
Reach your arms up, dance.
Take a sip of water. Thank you.
Thank you.
start talking. Welcome back. We'll get started in just a minute, so find your seats. Okay, great. All right, welcome back. We're very excited to start our keynote presentation, and it's a tremendous honor to introduce our keynote speaker, Adele Rodriguez. Adele was born in Havana, Cuba in 1971 and raised in El Gabriel. In 1980, at just 9 years old, he and his family left Cuba during the Mariel boat lift and began a new life in Miami. That experience of migration, identity, freedom, and finding one's place in a new country would become deeply connected to the artist, author, and storyteller he would become. For more than 30 years, Adele's unmistakable work has appeared in the New Yorker, New York Times, and Time, among many other publications. He has created more than 200 magazine and book covers, illustrated 15 children's books, designed stamps for the U.S. Postal Service, and created imagery for operas, films, Broadway productions, and major cultural campaigns. His work has been exhibited internationally and is held in collections, including the Smithsonian Institution. He has also received numerous honors from the Art Directors Guild and Society of Illustrators. I had the first honor of meeting Adele a few years ago when we were curating his solo exhibition for the Memorial Gallery at Farmingdale State College. As part of the exhibition, Adele gave a lecture and shared a sneak peek of a project he was still developing, just about to publish, which would become his now internationally celebrated memoir, Worm, a Cuban-American Odyssey. I remember listening to him tell the story and immediately recognized how powerfully his art connected personal experience with history, culture, politics, identity, and the larger world around us. It was then I knew Adele would be the perfect keynote speaker for a moment like this for PeaceForward, because so much of what peace is about is creating space for people, children, to tell their stories, to see their experiences reflected, and to understand the arts can give us a language for things we may not otherwise know how to express. Published in 2023, Worm has brought Adele's extraordinary story to audiences around the world, and his life and work are also the subject of the PBS American Masters documentary, Adele Rodriguez, Freedom is a Verb. Adele's career is a remarkable example of what can happen when art, lived experience, education, and the courage to tell our stories come together. With that, please help me welcome Adele Rodriguez.
Hi. Thanks for having me. It's really a pleasure to be here. I've known Beth for a while, and we've done some really cool stuff together. I guess I'm a living specimen of what happens to your students years later. So think of some of them, some of the kids you know right now and what they might be doing in 40 years. When I heard about this conference, I was really excited because I wouldn't be here without teachers, without educators. From the very beginning till college, it goes on, and hopefully I'll be able to do that part of my life justice by talking about some of their stories. But yeah, it wouldn't have happened without my teachers, and I don't like to cry, but I may, so just letting you know. This is my memoir, Worm, Cuban-American Odyssey, which came out now about 2.5 years ago, I think. And even though you see the final product, there's a lot that goes, that went into it. I worked on it for about 12 years and brought a lot of my history into it, and I want to share some of that with you. I grew up in a very small town in Cuba, about an hour south of Havana. And Havana, even though it's a city, it quickly turns into farms and fields and sort of dirty little towns where people are just trying to scrape by. Um, I lived in a small town called El Gabriel, and I spent a lot of my weekends and other, family activities at my mom's family's farm. So this is me, back on the horse in the 1970s in Cuba, and on the right is my father, my grandparents, my uncles. So we really grew up in a very poor part of the country, but we didn't really know it at the time, or at least I didn't. I was just a kid having fun. This is my street in El Gabriel. So as you can see, the farms and the towns really come together in that part of the country. And I grew up, running around these streets on the trees, basically just being outside. My entire childhood really felt like I was just outside having fun, playing baseball, coming up with all sorts of games. So from a very young age, I really learned to be creative, and we all did in Cuba. Most of our toys were made by ourselves. We would just get some scrap wood, create, go karts. They were not. There were. We didn't really have many toys because it was all controlled by the government, and the Cuban gave out 3 toys a year on the July 26th, which is the anniversary of the revolution. So we didn't have Christmas. Christmas was for us it was the anniversary of Castro's takeover of the island. But what it did do is it made us, be creative at a very young age. This is me on the right with my best friend Osledis, and it's very typical of how we hung out, just shirtless, running around. My grandparents are Fernando and Agustina, and my grandfather, Fernando, was a carpenter. So I did spend a lot of my childhood in his workshop. My job was to straighten out the nails because we didn't have nails in Cuba, so you would go through old pieces of furniture and straighten out all the nails so they could be reused again. But I did watch him, and a lot of my life as a kid was watching the people around me work with their hands. He was a photographer. I mean, he was a carpenter. My father was a photographer. My father used our bathroom as the developing room, the bathroom of our house. So whenever I go take a shower, there'd be film hanging down, prints, all sorts of things. And I'd go in there when he was developing pictures. And if you've developed pictures, that first time you see a picture kind of just come out of a white piece of paper is really exciting and attractive. So you can imagine a 5-year-old, 6-year-old, to me, was like magic. So that very early age, I became very interested in and addicted to imagery. That's me on the left playing baseball on the street, and my parents on the right. Foreign advertising and foreign magazines were banned in Cuba, but somehow my father was able to find, he met a guy that was getting rid of old German magazines. And the guy, my dad said, can I have them? And he brought them home and wallpapered the entire back of the house with German advertising. So there were ads for whiskey, for cars, for all sorts of things. And my father, being a photographer, he was taking photographs of girls at their 15s birthdays, wedding couples, people in town that wanted to look kind of cool. So he set up this backdrop so people could come to our house and take photographs with foreign goods, things that we didn't have in Cuba. But these photographs kind of became cool in town. Did you get your photograph? Your photograph taken in front of the mural. But for me, I remember looking at these things like, you guys. Do you remember Brock's cherries? Like these little cherries. I would look at that stuff and that rendering and how all those imageries were put together and all of the advertising, and it was really my first kind of introduction to advertising, to typography, to things of that sort. Other than that, all we had were like the communist newspaper, which really was our toilet paper, literally. I also grew up in a very mixed neighborhood, so in Cuba, there really isn't that much of a division between races. We all live together. We say that we're all poor, and there's really no division because we're all at the same kind of social level. So the influence of growing up with Afro-Cubans really is a lot of religion, a lot of imagery, saints, all that kind of graphics and images are still things that I still use in my art today. And whenever I go back to Cuba, I definitely, I spend time with my friends and get back into it again. This is my family's farm where I spent a lot of time. That's a bohío, which is a thatched roof hut. And this is where my mom and 8 of her siblings were raised, in this hut. And we would go out there, have parties. That's me in the middle dancing. That's me in the middle dancing again. There's a party. It there's photography sign. Yeah, many parties that would all of a sudden. I think that's one thing that I took from my childhood that I still remember is the idea of unplanned activities, unplanned fun, things that happen where you just go with the flow. And whenever I teach an art class or whenever I, give advice to people, is ask the students, ask people, what do you want to do today? Instead of this is what we're gonna do, just say, what are you guys in the mood for? And often it was like, we want to dance. Let's put on the music. And even in my art classes, I teach at School of Visual Arts. I have a curriculum, and sometimes I come in and go, guys, do you guys want to go to the museum? Do you guys? Sometimes I just take them out to the street on 23rd Street in New York City. Let's take pictures. Let's see what we do with that. And it frustrates the head of my department, but I don't care. And I say, and yeah, you have to break some rules once in a while, or I weave them into what I'm supposed to be talking about. But the way I feel about teaching is that life is constantly changing. Why am I going to do the thing I was doing for curriculum? And I feel something, I go for it. Or if there's a show in New York City, go to that show and then change everything to fit that show. And it gets the students much more interested in what we're doing. Here I am on the left in my uncle's military uniform. So I like to play dress up. And on the right, that's my uniform for school. So as you can see, we were all given berets, bandanas. That sort of the graphics of the revolution were something that really we were indoctrinated at a very young age in Cuba. Here is me receiving all of the accoutrements of, the party. And these are the kind of murals that I grew up around. So graphics and visuals were a very strong component of Cuban culture, of promoting the revolution and things like that. And even though I don't agree with it, I do see the strong the communication of it. They were basically trying to communicate to people that didn't have an education. So their imagery is very direct, very bold, and if anything I picked up from the Cuban Revolution is the idea of be clear, be concise, not assume that everyone is as visually literate as you are, sort of like get to the point. This picture was taken at a family party at the farm in 1979. And this is when my family from the United States was visiting for the first time. And from this photograph, I would say within a year, half of us were gone, and now nobody exists. Nobody's in Cuba anymore. Everyone left. Everyone has come to the United States by now. It's taken about, 40-something years, but there might be just maybe 1 or 2 people that are still left on the island. It got to a point in Cuba where the freedom to exist, to eat, to live, it became too difficult, and we just felt like we were hiding everything all the time, and the pressure was such that my parents, who really that time they were kind of living not rich life, but like my dad had a car, sort of like middle class for Cuba life. They left it all behind, and our opportunity to leave was the Mariel boat lift of 1980. This was a time when there were a lot of protests in Cuba. People didn't wanted to change the government, and but there was a lot of repression. And at the same time, the United States opened up its borders basically and said anybody that wants to leave Cuba and has someone that will go pick them up, we'll take you in. This was during the Cold War in 1980, so it was really kind of a slap in the face to the Cuban and to communism, that these people are leaving communist land and seeking freedom in America. So my aunt went down to Key West, my aunt and uncle, and they hired a couple of Jamaican guys on a shrimper to go down to Cuba and pick up family members. So they took out, it was about 30 family members. We were in the detention camp in Cuba for about a week. It was a really very rough, difficult time, and this is one of the things that I talk about in my memoir, where you're a family, and all of a sudden you're in a detention camp, and all of a sudden you're on a boat. And it was a very, probably the biggest moment of my family's life, this idea where you had to leave everything behind. We couldn't tell anyone that we were leaving. Everything was kind of done in secret, because if anyone knew, the danger was that the government would send people to beat us up and things like that. So I was told we were going on vacation to see my cousin. And at some point, I just realized this isn't a vacation. We're surrounded by German shepherds and barbed wire and things like that. So my parents did the best they could to kind of keep things hidden from me. And we were able to make it out, thank goodness. This is another photograph from the boat. These are some of them. There's my sister on the right, and as you can see in the back, there's a U.S. Coast Guard cutter that was guiding us into Key West. And this is a photograph of me on the side of the boat. I'll get into how I got these photographs later. It's been, it was a lot of research. But yeah, we didn't bring a photo crew with us. It was sort of very accidental. These are some more photographs. My father is the man in the white shirt at the bottom. And that's our boat, the Nature Boy. So overnight, I went from these kinds of graphics of the Cuban Revolution to America. So, as a kid, you're going from this and then this, or Burger King signs, or McDonald's, so from the time I was a child, I was very interested in imagery, in graphics, and in how things, you're a kid, you want to have fun. So became fascinated by American pop culture, rock and roll, the band Kiss. We put together shows for my family. So there's brand new refugee kids. I'm on the drums. And my other cousins who were also on the boat lift. We would have these parties where they would have Latin music, and we're like, no, we don't want to do Latin music anymore. We want to do something cool. And we would paint our own drum kits. We'd use like hubcaps as symbols. So this is, again, kids just being themselves, being creative. We'd go find paint at someone's house, and we'd create the costumes. We do entire shows. I think we had like 4 or 5 different band themes over a year. But you can imagine that you brought your kids to the United States, and now they're painting themselves up as like Satan. So it was a little scary for my parents. And then we get here. I arrived in 3rd grade. And in Cuba, really, I had some interest in drawing, but I didn't have that many materials. So I used some pencils from my aunt's pharmacist. She had pencil and paper there. But once I arrived here, it was the school system that really taught me how to be an artist. Unfortunately or fortunately, my parents were busy working, right? So they were hands off. I got my schooling from my teachers. My parents didn't tell them what needed to be done, what they wanted me to be. I think if my parents had more of a say, they probably would have said, we don't want him to be an artist. We want him to be something else. But since they were busy working day and night, I would just go to school. I'd stay after school at the after-school art programs, etc. And by sixth grade, I remember Mr. Price, my art teacher, was the one that recommended that I go to a once-a-week program at another magnet school. So I would take a school bus to my school, then I'd get another school bus, go another like hour to Miami Beach, to Rainbow Lakes Elementary, where they had a painting program, and you could paint with oil paints and pastels and all sorts of things. And it's where all of these county-wide art students would go to this program once a week. And things like winning awards, things like, getting a trophy for the best artist. When you're a kid, you don't know what do you want to be, who do you want to, and then someone says, you're the best artist of the school this year. And all of a sudden you go, well, maybe I am an artist. But then I was like, I don't know what an artist is. You really don't know. I never met an artist. I didn't know anything about that. Then later on in high school, which is the photograph on the right, I started doing posters for events, at county-wide events. And again, it was Mrs. Nichols, my art teacher, that would just slip me a call for entries. You should do a poster for this. It's that encouragement that gets you kind of excited, and you do it, and then you win. And at that time, they were giving money, So I was making like $500 in 1980s for a poster, for winning the contest. So those kinds of things make you think, okay. And then other teachers kept telling me, well, if you really want to be an artist, you have to get out of Miami. You have to go to New York City. My parents were not involved. My parents were not involved in the college application process, in visiting the schools, nothing. It was all my teachers guiding me along and saying, this is what you should do, you should think about this, etc. And then there's Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly was my social studies professor. And as you can see on the back of his photograph, there are all these covers of Newsweek, Time magazine, and things like that. So I would sit next to that wall and just look at these magazine covers, right? And he would look at, he knew that I was doing art. He's like, you should do, maybe someday you'll do some magazine covers for Newsweek or Time. And then I said, well, I don't know what that is. But he brought me I think it was my senior year, he brought me and again, a call for entry, submit a Time magazine cover to Time magazine, to the art directors of Time magazine, a competition. So I came up with this idea on the environment, and I airbrushed it, I submitted it, and I won first place. I won I won a partial scholarship for college, and also, maybe more importantly, like a 5-year subscription to Time magazine, which is the first magazine that I started getting at my house with my parents. They would get like soap opera magazines or the Herald. And then all of a sudden, I began seeing all of these covers of Time magazine, and the idea of maybe someday I would do a cover for a real Time magazine popped into my head. But again, none of that would have happened without Mr. Kelly. So I listened to all my teachers, and I went to college in New York City. I went to Pratt from 1990 to 1994. I had great teachers there, great painting teachers. I didn't know if I wanted to be an artist or an architect, but after being there a couple of years, I realized that I wanted to figure out how to be an artist in New York. And this is me now in my studio. Many years passed and many things happened, but I was eventually, when I graduated from Pratt, I was able to get an entry-level job at Time magazine. I just called them up and I said, I applied to the scholarship in high school. I won first place, and I want to work at your place. And I got a job working as an entry-level designer, and eventually I became art director of the international editions of Time magazine. And I've done probably about 20 covers for them now as a freelancer. So it really is a matter of like teaching students to find what they want to do and then go out and do it, not wait for it to come to you. So in my studio, I do paintings, drawings, book covers, magazine covers. This is an example of some of my paintings, which again, I use a lot of my cultural background for my work. A lot of what I learn in those experience in my studio, I bring into my assignments. This is a collection of Broadway and opera posters that I've done over the last 20 years. Is another place where my work shows up. This is a cover for a band called Spoon, a rock band. You know, it's gotten to the point where my work is known enough that a band will just call me and say, hey, we like what you do, we like what you did. This is a very sort of niche career, which is an illustrator. There's maybe really well-known illustrators, maybe about 200. And then beyond that, there's many other children's book illustrators, etc. So there are a lot of illustrators, and what I found is that as I learned and got more into the business, there are illustrators that have made a living for the last 50 years, and no one knows who they are. So it's definitely something that's worth pursuing. This is a poster that I created for the Poster House in New York City, a series of posters. Book covers is something else that I do. This is a series on Cuban science fiction. I create a sort of color pattern for each set of book covers that I do. These are the colors that I created for these. This is for Things Fall Apart by Chinua Achebe, which is a Nigerian author. Again, I created this sort of color pattern and all of the illustrations for it. What's funny about my parents is that they still don't really know what I do. I mean, they kind of see it, they get it, but so my mom, you know, called me one day and said, "Hey, your nephew has that painting that I saw in your studio on the cover of his book. How did that happen?" I said, "Mom, I make book covers, so." I make the painting, they get printed like thousands of books, and then it's given to students. She's like, "No, I don't understand. How did the painting?" She still doesn't get it, so it's okay. I've done about 300, 400 magazine covers for many different places. Time, Newsweek, The New Yorker. You know, if you go on Google, you can see a lot of my work for magazine covers. But it's really kind of what's pushed my career, you know, further ahead. All of that work has led to other kind of cool projects. This is something for the band U2. Bono and the rest of the group called me that they wanted to do a series of political posters, basically, for some of their concerts. It would be a series of 50 posters that would kind of be on a slideshow above the band while they played, and also banners with words and sayings from the American Constitution. This was during their 2018 tour, and this photograph was taken at Madison Square Garden. But the band gives you, the size of the band gives you an idea of how big their billboard was. So this is the whole series of posters. It was great working with them, very easy. Again, it was a combination of people that make music and an artist, and everyone's really like working together. And every time they were going to a new city, they wanted a new set of posters. So they might do like, I think the initial posters were 10, and then like, well, we're gonna go to, you know, Oklahoma. We want to do 4 more posters for that show. So it was a very easy process. These are more sort of close-up images of the posters. And another thing that I do are children's books. So I've illustrated about 15 children's books. I've written 4 or 5. It's it does keep me very busy when I'm not doing other things. So you kind of manage. It's like everything has different timelines. Magazines are maybe like 3-day turnaround, but children's books you have more like 6 months to a year work on them. So I'm always kind of juggling different projects. This is one that I wrote called The Mango Tree, and it's basically about me and my best friend who I showed you earlier, hanging out on our mango tree in the backyard. These are some images from it. What's interesting about this book is I wrote the whole thing. I had all the text in, and I was about to send it to them, and I already got the contract and everything. And I said, I have an idea, because they had asked me to do a bilingual book, so I had to do it English and Spanish, right? And I took out all the text and I sent it to them without text. And I said, I like it better without the text. What do you guys think? And they compare it, and like it's just much more evocative and much more interesting without the words. So we took out the words, and there's a little paragraph description at the end. But what happened is the idea of making it bilingual led to making it multilingual. Once you take out the text, it's basically an imagery book. Tend to follow ideas. I share them with my editors and art directors and see where it goes. This one, and it got attention for it being a wordless picture book. So don't be afraid of doing something and then just scrapping the whole thing. This is another book called Two Worlds, Dos Mundos, which is a word book that shows what the word is in Spanish first, then in English, sort of showing how I experienced the world, when I arrived in this country. Mañana in Cuba would be you'd be waking up by a rooster, and in the morning it's that freaking school bus or the alarm clock. One thing I forgot to mention, that one of the ways I did communicate when I arrived here, because I didn't speak English for about 6 months. It was through drawings. Whenever I wanted something, I would draw it, and I wanted food, I would draw a slice of pizza. So drawing was very instrumental for me when I got to this country. And then 2 years later, this is how quickly it can happen. 2 years later, I was like the spelling bee champion of my school. So even if your kids that show up in your classes don't speak English, they will catch up really fast. So this was kind of a book about that, about this how you deal with a new culture. Leche, which is milk. We just had a cow, and then when I got here, I did not know what these boxes were. Someone had to, an American kid who didn't speak Spanish had to show me how to open a carton, because I'd never seen that. Fruit is a very different deal. Cuban fruit, very sweet, delicious. Then there's the apples and pears. I don't get it. And grapes. So those are all fruit that I had never seen in my life. We didn't have them in Cuba. And I remember the first thing that when I arrived here at the port, a soldier handed me an apple, and I didn't know what to do with it. I didn't know what it was, just here. And then he said, like, bite it, and I'm like, I'm not gonna bite that. It's got a peel. We never eat fruit. We never eat the peel of fruit in Cuba. We always peel it, And then music in Spanish, and how the music changes. Here it's more of a rock and rap and things like that. So here we get to the book. Here are some pages from my book. Basically, how it started. This is a very rough, my rough idea. This is how you start a book. Just start a scrapbook. Put notes in it. Put random stuff in it. Don't think that you have to sit down and write the whole thing at once. Just start collecting items. And this was my scrapbook for Worm. Random, quick sketches of what a scene might look like. This is a good thing to teach children, how to draw a comic. I've done some workshops where I teach, comic graphic novel art, And the first step is not to have everything be perfect. The first step is to figure out what your story is and rough ideas. So research is important. You know, what do roosters actually look like? If you draw a rooster in your head, it's going to look very different than if you actually look at what a rooster looks like. Reference material, research. Through research in my parents' drawers, I was able to find my third grade ID from Cuba and my parole paper, which is right there, which I keep in a safe nowadays. Other research stories from that time, I went to, when I was an art director at Time Magazine, I went to the library to research what Time Magazine wrote in 1980, right? So I found these articles, and let me see. And as I'm reading that article on the right, it's like a report of the writer is writing about him being in Cuba, and he was covering the story for Time Magazine, and the government didn't want reporters there anymore because they were causing trouble. So they plopped them all on a boat to go to the United States, and that boat was called Nature Boy. And I went like, wait, what? That was my boat. So I freaked out. I went to my editor in my department. I said, I think one of your reporters was on my boat. They read it and they're like, yeah, that's Dick Woodbury. He was he was covering the story at that time. So they put me on the phone with Dick, and we start talking about being on the boat that night. And the magazine decides to do a story about this. Like, what are the chances that this kid that came on the boat lift is working here now after having met our writer? And they set up a photo shoot by the Statue of Liberty with a photographer. And the photographer starts talking to me, and as he's focusing in on my eyes, he's trying to take a picture of me in front of the Statue of Liberty. He's like, "Have you met before?" And I said, "No, I'm not, I don't. You know, I don't know who you are. Maybe in college." And we're trying to figure out where we know each other from. And he says, "I think I took your picture on that boat." I was on a boat in 1980 on May 1st. When did you arrive? I said, May 1st. And he's like, I think I took your photographs. I recognize your eyes. This was 15 years later. He's like, I'm going to look through my files. He goes through his files, and he comes back the next day, and he's like, look what I have. And it's all the photographs that you saw of my family on the boat earlier. Basically, when we escaped Cuba, it was just all a blur, and then all of a sudden there are all these photographs in high detail of what, and the coincidence of life, of how things can happen, you know. But some of it is also following up on things, researching, digging, and talking to people. And I think that's something that students need to do more of, rather than just kind of be in their world and like on their phone or whatever. It's talking to people and seeing the connections. Whenever I go to an event, I chat with people, and we're all connected in one way or another. And that's what I've learned through my life, and that's what's helped my career evolve, is sort of these random instances. And I write about that in my memoir as well, that those moments and how all of these things came together. So all of that got written into this manuscript. It was about 200 to 300 pages, and then edited down to start drawing and creating. This is what a graphic novel starts looking like at the beginning. The layout. It was a 2-year process of illustrating this book. About 1 year writing and 2 years illustrating. Do you look like in the middle of this insane trip? Photographs always in hand. My father's photographs came in handy when I wanted to find out what my family looked like in the 1970s for the book. These are some of the icons that I shared throughout the book. What the studio looked like. I basically ink things after I draw them in pencil, and then I color them digitally. These are the original pencil drawings before inking. Putting things on walls helps you kind of get a gauge of where things are at. If you're having too many repetitive pages, with the same color, things like that. And these are some better. These are the final pages. This is my hometown, and that's my house over there. The straightening of the nails that I mentioned. This is when we were taken from our house and taken to first a police station in another town, and then eventually to the detention camps. So we were in detention camps in Cuba, and then when we got here, we were in the detention camp for about 3 days. It was much better here. Here in Cuba, there wasn't, it was kind of very chaotic. There wasn't any food and very difficult situations. And I also interviewed my parents. I interviewed my mother and my father and my sister, and also my cousins that went to pick us up, just to get all of the different parts of the story. And my parents were mostly concerned that something would happen that would cause the cancellation of the event, the cancellation of the trip. Because by that point, when we were in the camp, they had given, our house was given to the Cuban government, our property. They took everything, right? So if for some reason they canceled the boat lift, we had nowhere to live anymore. So they were very tense about that, and also about getting beaten up or having something happen to me and my sister. We were also put in a camp with prisoners, people, murderers, people from Muslims, all sorts of things. That it was all kind of jumbled up into one area. So the military was always running around trying to corral folks. And they also, there were, all sorts of people on our boat that we didn't know beyond the family. Accuracy was very important to me when I was writing the book, so I researched the heck out of a 1970s shrimper boat just to make sure that all the details, and I was able to match these photographs. These are diagrams and photographs online, and I matched them to the photographs that were taken by the photographer of the boat. So I really, when you're doing a book about politics especially, or history, you want to get it right, because if you get one piece wrong, then people start looking at problems with other parts of the book. This is part of the process. So just to show you how it goes from, this is the pencil drawing, this is the ink drawing, and then here it is in color. This drawing like this took about a week, I would think. Again, some of the photographs that that were taken, I was able to use as reference for a shot like this. This is to show you that drawing is hard, even for a professional. So on the left is just me in the middle trying to draw myself on a bicycle, and it's not easy. But eventually, I was able to figure it out. Stick with it, and eventually something happens. And the back of the book is a photograph of my family inside the boat, again taken by the photographer from Time magazine that was on board. This is another one of the photographs that we were able to find. My parents were wondering why everybody was taking pictures, why there were so many people taking photographs, but they didn't know what they were for. We didn't really know what journalism was, or what a photographer or magazines were. So, and then one of the best moments was when I was finally able to give my parents a copy of the book, so they could look at it, read it. My dad still doesn't read English, so he wants me to translate it for him now. He wants it out in Spanish. And on the left is a page of how it was covered in the New York Times. And the latest thing that happened, all of that book and my story is part of a documentary that was part of PBS American Masters called Freedom is a Verb. So you can find it at pbs.org if you want to. It's about a 20-minute documentary about my life and my work. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, we have our lunch break and book signing from 12:15 to 1:20. So if you've pre-ordered your lunch, you're welcome to go pick it up now at Toast. That's going to be outside, right across the street, a little bit catty corner to the right, so you can get your sandwiches there. You're welcome to stay there for beverages, coffee, tea. Arnold Palmer's will be there, so you're welcome to stay and connect with each other. But we also have a book signing out in the lobby over here, so you can eat, bring back, or you can stay there. And we will be meeting for our session 2 breakout sessions. There are 3 different locations. So we're going to meet in the lobby at 1:25. So lunch and book signing now until 1:20. So then 5 minutes after, we'll be meeting to get broken up into our different breakout sessions. And that's going to last until 2:30. I want to just mention about the book signing. We've got 2 books to be signed. So we are going to have Adele signing his book, Worm, A Cuban-American Odyssey, during this time, as well as our launch of our graphic novel, Peace Rising, Creativity and Courage in Learning, by author Laura K. Reeder and illustrator Michael Mastermaker. So you can get both items signed. Your graphic novel is in your tote. All right, thank you so much. And a special poster, thank you, by Jack Harris, also available for signing too. Thank you.
And now we're gonna pick the free books. Yeah. You wanna pick?
Sure.
Here you go. Go ahead.
And before you go, actually, we have a raffle for getting a free copy of the hardcover Worm, A Cuban-American Odyssey. So if you have your tickets from the raffle from earlier, from your registration, I'll read the first one. Okay. 6639222. Ending in 222. All right, yay! So do we have the books over here?
Books are at the front, so you'll pick it up there. And
Okay.
Give us your ticket.
Yeah, so books are going to be at the front, so just give us your tickets there. Okay?
Yeah, go ahead. Take your book. There you go.
Okay.
I'll put the
Next
winner.
one. Okay. 6639218. Yay! Congrats.
Yay! Okay. We have, hold on, double checking. We're doing 8 Worm books and 8 I Am books. Those are both events.
Okay. 6639226. Congrats. Number 4. 6639216. Woohoo! So that's 4?
Yep.
Okay.
5.
5th one, 6639219.
Going once, going twice.
Ends in 219. Oh, congrats.
Yay!
6639228.
Yay!
Congrats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2 more.
These are for Worm.
These are for Worm. 6639227. Yay, congrats. And this is our last copy for Worm. 6639221. All right, great. So you won copies to Worm, and this is for I Am.
Another Adele book.
That's another Adele book. 6639214. Congrats.
Yay!
6639215.
It's like bingo.
Congrats. Shake them around. Yep, 6639217. Congrats. I have 3.
Okay.
Here's a 4th. 6639224. Yay. Okay, so this is number 5. 6639220. You got it. All right. And then 6639225. Congratulations. And this is our last one. 6639223.
Yay!
Great.
All right, we'll meet you up at the front.
Yeah, we'll meet you up at the front and we'll reconvene. Bye.
Jake, is that you back there? Okay, he's here at in the back. Okay, everyone, welcome back. We're going to get started again. So, yes. So Laura, hopefully I heard a lot of feedback quickly on the sessions. And what we asked you to do was imagine yourself building a partnership or an opportunity or an experience that you may have not thought of before. So if you can, just share out with us what you think, and I will show this too. In your tote, you have a tool that we sometimes use when we're doing professional development, and it's building your own ecosystem. So if you could, you don't have to do this now, but at some point, take a look and ask yourself, what are those guiding questions? Who would I partner with? How would I solve this? What creative process or art form? So that's kind of what we're looking for now, and
it's a
Go ahead.
placemat that
It's a
I
placemat,
use when I'm
yes.
trying to build a partnership. I lay it on my table,
Yep.
drink my coffee, and I'm like, okay, who am I going to look for today? So
And then when you want to get into the real academia of it, you turn to the other side. Oops, not upside down. This way. And this is where you will, what art form am I connecting to? So here's like your little worksheet guide to get you to here.
So yeah, for those of you who
So
don't
feel
like
free
to
to use
follow,
that.
for those of you who don't like to follow directions or stay in boxes, flip it over to the rainbow
Right.
swirly side. Yeah. So yeah. So now it's your turn. Take a minute. Think about this morning this question about partnerships in your worlds, in your work. Think about some ideas that you've gained today, and now either plug them in to the partnership imagining you were having, or just share something else that's new that you've just discovered. But we'd like to hear what you're gonna walk out the door with. Now, let's be clear. 2 more super cool things are going to happen today that will probably be the most memorable part of the day. I'm kind of not lying. So we saved something powerful for last. But at the same time, with what you have so far, what are you going to take away, and what might you actually use? So we're going to walk down here with our microphones, and you're going to tell us. So I'm going to leave the stage.
Okay, does somebody want to share? We know we have sharers.
Thank you.
Here we go.
So differently from what I shared earlier, I was really inspired by some of what Adele and what our breakout session talked about in terms of using images to allow students to explore things. And I teach 6th graders, and one of the things we do is personal development. So the idea of developing their identity, developing their character through art is something that I really want to incorporate this year.
Excellent.
Nice.
Thank you. And someone else. Oh, I see. You're all being polite. That's what's going on.
Oh, we have over here too, Laura.
I'm from Walt Whitman Birthplace, and a lot of what we do is focused on not just Whitman, but other artists. And I really hadn't thought in terms of having our young visitors come and do a project where they would express themselves through a mask or a self-portrait, and now it just seems like, well, that's something Whitman definitely would have approved of. So now it just kind of seems like, well, duh, obviously we have to do that. So that's where I am right now.
Wonderful. Yes. Start
Thank
with
you.
the art.
Thank you.
Paul. Okay. Where?
It's right up here in the
Hi.
front. If you could say your name and where you're from as well.
Sure. I'm Audrey Gottlieb. I work at Hempstead Adult Education, and my program's about 1,200 students, and primarily most of them are ESL adult students learning English. And the name of our grant is called EPI Grant, which stands for Employment Preparation Education. And I was thinking how the highest level of learning is when you get people to think in metaphors, which relates back to art. And there's always a sense of urgency in the classroom, and I've only been with this school district for a year and a half, but I've really implemented project-based learning, which I thought would be just phenomenal and fun. And believe it or not, it wasn't met with a lot of fun by my staff. and we plunge through, and there's, as any educator, when you change your modality or your way you teach, there's some resistance sometimes, or there's some growing pains, and I think sometimes teachers are scared of that, like being messy in the classroom, which is where the best learning occurs, I think, because it's authentic and it's not so scripted. It's very easy to teach scripted or to rely on the textbook, but it tends to be, I call it a snooze lesson, and I really want to move away from that. And I keep encouraging and saying, I want to see mistakes. That's the best. That's when I know you're learning and your students are learning. So with art, there's such freedom, and it's interesting. I've always been creative naturally. I'm not saying I'm, anything phenomenal by any means, but I think this way naturally, and I can't understand the resistance sometimes, because if you're reading your audience, students, no matter what level, always say they understand, yes or no, but it means nothing. You don't even know what that means. They don't even know what that means. So with art, you can, as a teacher and as an educator, you can see them exploring and talking and understanding, and it gives you also opportunities to develop new lessons based on the feedback you're getting. So I say I value art obviously as an educator, but I think you need reminders, even for myself, like, I'm going to bring this back again as a reminder how we should be using art as a norm, even if we're workforce development.
Thank you. I'd like to add something to that too. Part of the resistance I feel is because when you're working in the arts, or when you have these outcomes in the arts, it's mostly, it tends to be qualitative, how this affected. It's the human touch. This project, which we'll get more into tomorrow, but if any of you want to look, this project, we did measure results, and we have data that supports that. So it's on the Peace website, so if ever you need to approach your administration and they need those numbers, we have the numbers, because this was a research project. It's a federally funded research project. So feel free to use all of it. It's there for everyone.
And you've said something very compelling that I think is important. It's about, I'm standing too close to the speaker. When folks come to the table, or feel like they're being dragged to the table or forced to go to the table, inevitably it is hard to start. And some of those folks, are probably Scorpios like me, who can hold a grudge all the way through the whole project, right? But there is a very important thing that happens if we can find a way to help people to accept the messiness, and let them know that we're not going to ask them to do more. We're just asking them to just sort of stay messy within their safe space, and there's a way to do it. The origin of this project was 16 years ago, this research project, and on the very first day, we got together, and the activities that we did, nobody sat in seats, which is what the teachers were hoping for. They were like, woohoo, it's summer, we're going to sit back, drink our coffee, 2 days till vacation, and they were delighted. And then when I asked them to get up and work with this theater teaching artist who made them, dance around the room and sit on the floor and, roll themselves up in cardboard or whatever, we literally had teachers calling their union and saying, I am being forced to come to this stupid thing where I have to do something that has nothing to do with my children's literacy. I'm a second grade teacher. I'm a fourth grade teacher. But let me tell you, by the end of that school year, that poor teacher who was, again, she wasn't alone. There were quite a few folks who were just forced into this discomfort. They were weeping, sobbing, saying, how can we live without a year of this? We're, because we graduated every year, and like you had to roll over into another year, and they were so upset that it was gone. And it's also about taking bite-sized sort of pieces of it. So when on that same first day, I can't believe I'm remembering this stuff, I asked everyone in the room, okay, where in your life do you feel creative? And they were like, well, we're not artsy. We're not art people like you are, But then I said, well, did you get dressed today? Did you decide, how to organize the books on your shelf when you put them in your classroom? Where did you how did you decide where that poster goes? Immediately, our beloved, amazing teacher partners, educator partners were like, whoa, yeah. And so much creativity exists, but if we continue to put it in the context of art, we lose people. So if we just think about creativity as something that is inherently what all teachers and humans do, we all have creativity. It's just how we use it and what it's valued as in different contexts. So help them that way and know that this is all there.
Can
So
I
sorry.
add to that, Laura?
It's going to be telling origin stories.
No.
We want to hear
So,
from you all.
One of the first times I met Laura was at one of these summer institutes, and it was an end of the year, I believe, and she posed a question. I think I'm standing too close to this. She had posed a question, and one of the responses that hit me was a teacher who was resistant at some point responded that for the first time in 10 years, I'm excited to go back into my classroom. So that means something. And it is what happens. The work that we're doing here and the work that you're all doing aligns with the new New York Inspires, the new standards for education and graduation requirements. So keep that in mind as well, along with the cultural connections. So this is all tied into state ed. And yes, it's what we do, and it's what we love to do, but it does tie into the standards and where the direction that New York State is moving to in K-12 education. So let's hear some more from you.
Yeah, thank you for tolerating our origin stories. Any other, thoughts, reflections? Okay, Paul, were you going to say something? No.
Actually, nothing specific, just something positive. As I've been going through the day and hearing different people's experiences, backgrounds, and stories, is we've given it this title, Peace Conference and Arts and Ed, but it's out there. And I've been stumbling across so many wonderful stories of how they've been doing it in their own terms and forms. So if you're an educator and you're not sure, if you're an artist and you're not sure, this world is growing, more people are understanding, and it's accessible. And if we continue to do the work we're doing, hopefully it'll become more mainstream education for our kids.
So, okay, I'll sit like this. That's fine. Yeah, thank you for today. This was really great, very informative. I have a follow-up question for Loretta. Can you speak to, without getting too much in the weeds, how the new New York State Inspire guidelines embrace creativity, humanities, the arts, the short
Okay,
version?
so now you're putting my memory on the spot here, Sasha, thank you. But if you go to the New York Inspires website, you will find that there's 6 attributes that New York State wants to build on, what they call a portrait of a graduate. And I cannot remember all 6 offhand, but I will tell you 5 out of 6 and probably 6 out of 6 tap into creativity. So it's creative and critical thinking, it's cultural connections and community, it is global citizenship. So it's the things that we do. I could look it up, but I don't remember all 6 of them offhand, but I do know that they all do tie into. So they're looking to build, it's almost like project-based learning, for lack of a better term, but they want the students to be on the path that they need to be on, not a prescribed path for graduation. So you still can graduate with a Regents diploma, but it's not going to be a requirement anymore. And they're phasing this in, I believe 2029 it will be fully phased in. There's a lot of resources right now on the New York State Education website. There's also a lot of workshops happening right now. In BOCES, we are leading workshops as well to get our educators familiar with these new requirements. I will be leading workshops through Arts and Ed for our arts practitioners, our teaching artists, and our community cultural partners, so that they can understand where New York State is taking this. Again, it's really about focusing on the individual student and what their goals are and what their pathway is. But from those 6 attributes that that are required, they all fit into the arts. They're all about that creative thinking, that community collaboration, the global citizenship, connecting like interdisciplinary studies. So it all is connected to the work that we do every day and the work you're doing in the museum. It's just putting a different, I don't want to say a light, but it's just putting a different light on it, a different view. And we need to get our classroom educators to understand that our cultural partners and teaching artists, we're there to help. We're there to help get you there.
Well, that was easy.
Do you want me to go up here, Laura, and share?
Yeah, we can both come on up. So, as we transition to the next two moments of the day, we will engage you all in maybe uncomfortable creativity. But the partnerships that have been developed through, again, 16 years of this project and then the last 5 years with Peace, do share sequentially and along with the New York State standards this idea that we are no longer forcing people to do stuff. We're encouraging and maybe laying a trail of breadcrumbs and so forth. And so when you see that every single teacher, artist, community cultural organization participant, administrator has had like a taste of how this sort of arts and educational work happens and what it actually can do, once they know it, they can't unknow it. And so it is important for you to realize that just by being here today, now you're kind of one of those breadcrumb people. You are now somebody who's sort of like, yeah, I can see this, and now I'm going to look for more of it. And Peace isn't the only prescription for it. There are so many resources in our lives. We don't even know what they are until we just knock on the door of something and say, you know, I've been doing this unit in my class, or I'm working on this in my art. I want to do something like what you're doing, but I don't know how to do it. And just accept that that person or that resource really does probably want to grow as well. That's why we're thinking PeaceForward. So that's all.
And
Just remember.
Sasha, I looked it up. So the 6 attributes are academically prepared, creative innovator, critical thinker, effective communicator, global citizen, and, oh, I have a blurry picture. It's future focused for sure, reflective and future focused. So all of those, yeah, that's what we want from our students. That's what we want from us as humans. So it really is that individual pathway and that way of getting students to think differently. Go.
Patty, are you out there? I think so. Oh wait, the video's not on the website. No, that's the Student Ambassador Project. Why is that on? Uh-oh, never mind. I was going to show you a video of Patty's project because it was hysterical. Okay, never mind. Okay, I was just going to show you. So our laughter yoga specialist here is, I think, a great role model for this idea that, like, someone coming here and saying, I think this is where I belong, but I don't know how to do it. And I'm going to just keep looking for ways to make it, whatever it is, work. And Patty, I hope you're okay that I'm sort of sharing this because you've been quite, outspoken about it. But Patty then created this astounding partnership, sort of using laughter and using that with, again, serious, kids, and helping them to actually feel comfortable being silly. Are you finding it? Was such an important work of art. You might not call it art. Is laughter art? Is it? Could it be? Does it matter? Do we have to call it art? And I think that that's part of what we're doing here is we're trying to encourage folks to know that it doesn't have to be called art. It doesn't even have to be creativity. It's just about doing good work that is enriching and helping us to grow. So that's it. I was just going to close with a video because we actually are about to open up into multiple art forms.
Okay, so our next guest, during our first Peace Summer Institute in 2022, students from the Newfield Drum Club joined us to lead a drum circle. But it turned out to be an experience that none of us will forget. The students, teachers, and teaching artists connected through the power of the beat. As teachers were reminded that we not only have so much to teach our students, but our students have so much to teach us. One student in particular is the Newfield Drum Club. So just want you. This was our summer institute right here. So one student stood out as a leader in this group, and well, several of them did, but this one did too. As he led the group through this shared experience, he also spoke about the significance of the drum club and the impact it had on students and the community, and spoke about how it welcomed every student and how some students, when they really didn't have anyone to connect to, they always had the drum club. He also spoke about how this music and what they did connected to cultures from all over the world, and how sometimes they wrote their own music as well. So this student, Austin Pelsier, I hope I got it right, went on to SUNY's, so here he is, Austin, in mid-jump. Okay, he went on to SUNY Potsdam's Crane School of Music as a music education major. Austin has been involved his entire life in music. He spent grade school playing the euphonium and piano, performing in theater productions, and serving as the student leader of the Newfield High School's drum club, where he composed original works and led audience movement. At Crane, he is an active student advocate and leader, having earned both the Chip Morris Student Scholarship Leadership Award and the DEI Outstanding Leadership Award. In addition to serving on numerous campus representation panels, Mr. Pelsier was selected for the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation's Higher Endeavor Initiative to enact national change through the college system. Most recently, he met with SUNY Chancellor and former U.S. Secretary of Education, John B. King Jr., to discuss improving campus accessibility for marginalized students. Please join me in welcoming Austin today, coming to us in full circle of peace, and to lead us as a music educator. Austin?
Thank you so much. And yes, this is absolutely a full circle moment. I was here 4 years ago out in the lobby playing with some of you, and now I'm up here. Hi, guys. All right, so we're gonna have some fun today. We're all gonna drum today. Even if you can't drum, we've got some stuff for you as well. So I just want to start off with 3 housekeeping rules. Rule number 1 of drum club: you are a member of drum club. Have fun. I don't know a lot of your names. Welcome. You are now a member of drum club. Have fun. There is no such thing as mistakes in drum club. There's just improv, okay? Secondly, parts of the drum. There are so many different ways to strike a drum. You can do the traditional. You can also hit the edge. You can knock. You can swipe. Be creative with it. Think outside of the box. Does anyone want to start drumming? I'll tell you step 3 when you get on stage. Come on, get on stage, come on. Stretch out the legs, come on. I know, and it's kind of cold in here. Find a seat. If you cannot find a seat, that is okay. We also have stuff for you to do. You're a Crane graduate?
So congratulations.
Thank you. Excellent school. It's in,
Class of 2011.
wow.
So not too far back.
Yeah. It's in the middle of nowhere, but it's an excellent school.
Best.
Yeah. All right. If you do not have a seat, do not worry. This is for you. That was a special gift given to me. Please. 2 eggs for you. I'll get you. Two eggs? You have 2 eggs? 2 eggs, all right, all right. While I continue to talk, please take 2 sticks and pass them down. Does anyone out in the crowd want any eggs? 2 eggs. Yes, yes. Would anyone here want any eggs? All right, all right. The last and most important piece about Drum Club is body language. I will not be talking for a lot of it. It will get very loud. We're going to have a lot of fun, but you will not be able to hear me. But I can see you, you can see me, correct? If I say, that might mean to play a little louder. If I say, that might mean to quiet down. And if I go, stop. And if I look at all of you and I say, stop. Are we ready to drum? I didn't hear that. Are we ready to drum? Yes. Let's do some drumming.
Okay, so while we clear the stage and get ready for our next presenter, just stretch a little, have a seat, and we'll be back in like 2 minutes. Yes, Laura. Oh, is it in the program? That one? Oh, okay.
I am here at Bellport High School. I am bringing laughter yoga to Miss Factor's ENL class. And I'm a certified laughter yoga leader, which means I get to bring laughter and joy to anyone who takes part in a laughter yoga session. There isn't any yoga. What we take from yoga is the deep diaphragmatic breathing. Because we're laughing so hard, we have to calm down our bodies from that laughter. And so we don't use any jokes, humor, or comedy. It's just laughing together for no reason. And it's a way that we can connect with each other, even if we don't speak the same language, we don't share the same cultures. Laughter is universal. So if one person laughs, it usually gets someone else to chuckle, and then they really start to laugh. And it's just a way to spread contagious joy with everybody. So I was able to work with two different classes, my 12th grade class, my 11th grade class, and they're both very, very different. And I think it had an interesting impact on both. My 12th grade class, it's very small, they're a little bit more shy, but it was nice to see them open up, especially one student in particular who was new. It is something I really just didn't expect. And my 11th grade class is filled with kids with a lot of personality, who have a lot of pride, and you know, it was nice to see them step outside of their comfort zone and try something new. Patty's great. She isn't afraid to look silly, and I think that really helped the kids and helped like get their guard down. I also liked the meditation at the beginning and end of class, because I don't think the kids really ever get a chance to do that, and I think it really does help. And I think they probably wouldn't like to admit that it helps, but they looked a lot lighter, right, when they were walking out, which was really nice to see.
Hi again. All right. I'd like to welcome you all to our next session. It's an interactive visual art experience. We're going to start it a little bit early. It's called Create Together, and our presenters are Alina Wilzinski, professor and multimedia artist, and Paolo Bartolani, pianist, cultural manager, and artistic director of Rites of Spring Music Festival. So, end the day with a collaborative light painting installation led by photographer and multimedia artist Alina Wilzinski. This interactive experience invites attendees to contribute to a shared artwork while exploring the creative possibilities of light and photography.
Is this on? It's on. Okay, Kevin in a house? Kevin in a house? We're a little bit early, so we're a little out of sync. Gosh. Yes, we need to start the performance. So, what about All right. Thank you for hanging out till the end of the day. So some of you were at the talk that I gave earlier, so you know that I'm a light painter. Does anyone know what light painting is? I gave you guys a little, yes, I gave you a little bit of preview in the presentation that I gave. Light painting is a very old camera technique, actually. It was discovered around the time that cameras were discovered, around the 1880s. And all it really is the shutter is open for a really long time, like 10 seconds. Lights are out, and any movement of light gets captured in one shot. So I actually didn't sort of plan to talk too long, but what I will say before I bring my creative partner, Paolo, on is what you're going to see right away here is Paolo is going to interact and play with some pre-recorded light paintings, okay? And they're video light paintings. It's a little bit more getting into the weeds of computer technology, but either way, the first two light paintings were ones that I had done for another project. But then most of the second part of it are all made by students in the Peace Project. So I was able to sort of pull from different projects that mostly that Paolo and I. How Paolo and I met is on a Peace Project with Islip High School. So it was the second cohort. We just kind of met each other at the Summer Institute, and we kind of, talking about partnerships when we opened the program, is we recognize within each other this sort of a little spark in our eyes, like we're up to something, just wanting to be experimental, push ideas, multidisciplinary, outside the box, all of those things. So we kind of hit it off in that way. And we were like, we got to do something. So we connected with Michael Hershkowitz,
at Islip School District, and we're actually gonna, I believe he's coming tomorrow. So you'll get to see a video project, the results of that project tomorrow. But for today, you're gonna see the student work, and Paolo is gonna play live music to it. Because the program that we came up with was how to interpret music with movement, light, and color, and of course, emotion. And it was really an open format. We started out with, music and light painting, that's it. The students, we developed a theme with them, and again, in real time. 6 sessions, we put it in their hands, came up with a theme, ended up with the 4 seasons. So again, tomorrow, I hope that you can come back tomorrow and see the film. But for today, you're gonna see the raw, let's say the raw content of what they created, all right, live to music. So give us a moment to set this up. Do I have to turn these off, or can I leave it?
Thanks, Alina and Paolo. And our final two presentations, if you will, continued obviously with the theme of Peace Forward in different ways. We had Austin come in. His forward motion is becoming a music educator himself. And just Paolo and Alina did not mention this. They started this with a school in Islip and doing it with the entire music and art department. They then went on to do this collaboratively together as artists within other communities and other schools. So they've done it for the community, they've done it for schools. So again, peace forward. So, and until tomorrow, hopefully we see you all back tomorrow. Peace forward, peace out. That's all right.
Before you leave, we just have one last little task. Yeah, I'll come back. Yay, survey! You know that it's not, peace isn't over until we have a survey. If you could scan the code and just complete the survey, it will just take a couple of minutes. We would really appreciate it. This data supports the work. You see all the data in our wonderful reports in your tote. It helps us keep the peace moving